SVN repository. And what they use, and these are, the EPIs and subject matter experts, is they use, for at least part of it, they use Tortoise SVN after the Tomcat server is installed to export the application, to export the site-specific, I would say, look and feel and functionality, and then they're able to run the whole thing.
Well, and they also store their content on that Subversion repository. So every time they change a file, of course, they're checking it in and writing over the old one. So if you put it on GitHub, you can have a snapshot of what is on SVN at that point, but it's going to continue to evolve on the SVN whatever repository, unless we move all the New Mexico program folks over to GitHub, and that's going to require, some effort
and training.
Yeah.
So the other thing that,
and let me just say quickly, I'm sorry, Paul, to interrupt again, but Paul's
luckily I'm not on camera.
Paul's talking about the Tortoise. Tortoise is just a Windows interface for the SVN.
Right. Yeah, I'm familiar with that application.
Okay. All right.
So it might be reasonable for folks sooner than later to get that up in an environment, for the developers, so they can see what actually, and the UI people, and they can see what actually is happening. The other thing that we seem to have run into an issue, which I'm not sure is resolved or not, is right now what the effort has been was to get a snapshot of the code, not all the revisions and history. And I don't know if, and all of this stuff obviously takes time, and our contract is small, and some of it is not really included in this endeavor. So I don't know what you want to leave for now and leave for later. Are the snapshots okay now? The other piece of all this is, yeah, you have all the code. You have a snapshot of everything we have, with the exception of the CGI C application, which we can also give you, which is probably going to be updated. But you already have that. But the actual process of moving into, and when we talk about a development environment, this is not the traditional sense of a development environment. It's really to kind of create and edit content, create queries, to be able to be eventually put on the production site. So there's a whole what should I say?
Flow? Flow?
Yeah, there's a whole flow that's kind of different from maybe what is traditional. And I think I remember in one meeting already, you folks were saying, oh no, IT is going to be doing everything. And I think there was pushback already on that, because there is the generating content component of this. And that's pretty critical in this.
And it's constant.
Yeah. So my main question is, are you okay with just having the snapshot right now until we resolve whether or not Git is able to actually take the whole history, which is, I don't know, close to 20 years.
Yeah.
Maybe a little less. And to me, it's much more important for folks that are interested in recreating this or changing it is to kind of get their hands on the functionality of it and see what it does. And you can do it on the website, but you can also see the pieces where you're actually editing XSL, where more traditional developers would be editing the XSLT and the CSS for XSLT for functionality and CSS for look and feel and XML for content. It's like I said, it's a totally different flow that normal IT developers have been using. It seems to work for the content providers. So I'm just throwing that out there. So as we go forward, you can make decisions on what you want us to spend time on and how to move forward.
Yeah, thanks for asking the question. Let me ask Rod something. Rod, how big is our repo? How much can we consume?
Well, I would think because it's in GitHub. I mean, in one sense, it's infinite, right? I'm sure there'll be some sort of cost involved, but I certainly don't know what it is. Yeah, I mean that, and how do I put it? That's above my pay grade. Yeah. So, but I did like yesterday. I took the and I have open here so I can see what Paul and Luis is.
Yeah, that's the tiny.
Sorry, I was talking about
tiniest, that's
the
the
smallest
tiniest
part.
and smallest piece.
You're
Yeah,
talking about the Java?
Yeah.
that the
So the
Java
Java,
source code.
it's-
Yeah,
In the
I put
grand scheme of things, the Java piece is small. You know, of course, it's tens of thousands of lines of code.
Yeah.
Over 20 years, you know,
Right.
but it's one piece of a bigger context.
right. And
And-
yesterday I put it into GitHub.
Oh,
Right.
That Java's, so it's
That
already there.
snapshot. Yeah.
Okay, Justin has a question for Cover.
More of a statement with my familiarity with GitHub. I don't expect that size will be an issue, regardless of how big we're talking here. I mean, other states use GitHub to host statewide applications that support thousands of users. I don't predict that it will be a problem.
I don't think it's
Um,
going to be a problem either. It's more of a question of
Of
how
preserving
much
the
effort.
history.
I think
Yeah.
how much effort you want
to spend.
everybody to put into trying to get you the full history
Yeah.
versus your snapshots.
I was personally working under an assumption that migrating from SVN to GitHub that we would lose the history. That's just my experience migrating versioning platforms like this, especially since, I mean, we're not going from TFS, which is like conceptually similar to GitHub. We're going from a file management system like SVN to GitHub, which is, they're sort of more disparate, I think. So I don't know. There might be an established process for preserving history to do that sort of migration, but
Yeah, there are
again, I was
definitely
working under an
established
assumption that we just wouldn't have it personally.
Yeah,
So
a
one of
quick
the-
thing. It's a little over 2 megabyte is what the repo is currently.
Right. But for if I can find it here. So let me just give you the whole web apps directory. That's without Tomcat. That's within IBIS. Maybe if Windows. That's within IBIS, and this is, I think it's still small. That's within IBIS and an IBIS view, and the admin piece of it. It's 1.3 gig. And so I don't think that that's an issue as far as space.
Okay.
So
Sounds good.
what we were thinking Anna, that we wanted to do for this bigger group is present that PowerPoint presentation on what is the bigger context and what
Okay.
are all the pieces and parts.
Sure.
Does that seem appropriate?
Yeah, sounds good. I don't have another meeting till 12, so I'm available, but I don't know about everybody else.
I'm
I
fine
can go-
until 12, yeah.
Okay, cool. What about you, Justin, Trina,
good.
Marco, Mika, Anusha?
good.
Okay, let's do it then. Yay.
All right.
Available, yeah.
And by the way, Lois, I just want to tell you, I don't know if you know this or not, but your t-shirt, the the ones and zeros, on screen, they actually move. They
Oh.
move. It's really cool. I love it.
Huh.
I like that T-shirt.
Okay.
My degree's in math, so anything at all with math is
Cool.
fun.
It's
Okay.
Pi Day.
It's
I'm gonna
right.
find the source of that t-shirt so we can know. I'll get one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd like to get one too. That's pretty cool.
I read somewhere that somebody was able to recite 70,000 decimal places of pi, and it took them like 28 hours or something.
Holy
Jeez.
cow.
You know,
That's
that's from
amazing.
memory. Yeah.
That's
Wow, from memory.
amazing.
Yeah, I
let's
can
send
only go
on-
5 digits. That's amazing.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
that's what it is.
14159. That's
Right.
where I'm
Yeah.
at.
Yeah.
We only have
Um,
the capacity, as proven through psych research, that of 7 plus or minus 2. We can. the
Right,
most-
right.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like Paul's sharing the slides.
Okay.
I'm looking at my own version so I can see the notes.
Okay.
So I remember what it is I'm supposed to say. So we're going
Okay.
to get coordinated here. So on
And I
this
turned
first,
on recording just so that everyone is aware.
yeah, I saw
And will you
that.
be able to share the presentation with us after this?
Oh,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
That would be
Anytime.
phenomenal. Thank you.
We'll forward it to you.
And the notes are all written in there for
Thank you.
that purpose.
Cool.
Okay, so the pieces and parts. There's a thing we call the view application, and it creates the HTML pages that get sent to the user's browser. And part of that up here are, controllers that are in the, that's part of the Java, right, Paul? The controllers?
Well, it's part of the Java application. It has to do with not only the STG developed source code, but also other jars like I'm blanking on it, but other third-party jars. Yeah.
You
Okay.
mentioned that it's Java, and I heard the term Tomcat. Is that going to be a Spring application?
Yes.
Yes, it's a Spring
Okay.
application. There's, and there's also a bunch of, at least a few other jars that have to do with. I can get you the information, but
Sure. Yeah, we don't have to get too into it right now. Thank you.
Okay, the second application is we call the admin application. It allows subject matter experts to administer their health indicator report content. So they create and modify their content, and this application actually publishes XMLs to the view application.
And this is the piece that actually has a SQL Server component.
The IBIS Q is the query application. The name is highiqfunc.exe in C anyway. In Windows. It's a C program that receives name value pairs from the IBIS view application after the end user makes their query selections and hits the submit button. Then there's a relational database, stores the content, the data for graphs and textual content, like how are we doing, and the subject matter experts like to have these things they call SOCO, single overriding health communication objectives. They put their SACOs in the indicator reports for context for the data, because people need that context.
Very much.
Context.
That's a key that we think IBIS does a good job of being able to provide context to all this data.
That a lot of other options, alternative applications don't do as well. And then the SAS data sets, these are like birth and death certificate data, BRFS data, population estimates and whatnot. These are provided by the DOH data stewards and sometimes other sources, and they're uploaded into IBIS by DOH staff in ERD. And then there's text files, you know, other static things that are also in the application folder. So let's see. Static pages. So IBIS has some truly static HTML pages. Most of what we call static are XML files that are maintained manually and transformed to HTML by XSLT style sheets, so they're formatted into the IBIS web template. Most of these static type files are in the resources section. So, and then the dynamic pages, we have topic pages that have dynamic pieces to them, indicator report pages that are dynamically created on the fly into HTML, at least. Query build,
which includes maps, charts, and tables.
Query builder pages. So the user goes to do a query, a screen comes up where they make selections. We call that a query builder page.
On how they want to display the results and cut up the data.
Yeah, I want these years for these counties, that kind of stuff. They accept those view pages also accept the XML that's returned from IBIS-Q, and then it puts it on a results page and sends it to the user. Community reports use the data in the indicator XML files to create reports for a given community. So let's say that we have data on low birth weight, teen births, and infant mortality by county. Those are 3 separate indicator reports, but the data are in the system for every county. The community reports kind of shoot a vector sideways and say, show me for Doña Ana County or whatever county, a report that shows how Doña Ana is doing compared with New Mexico and the US on low birth weight, teen births, and infant mortality. So it's just a different way of displaying the data. This is New Mexico's look and feel, the home page, the welcome page. In the notes, I have the URL for there are 2 servers that we use. One is the production site, and the other is, we call it Verify. It's for content verification. So it's on a server that's as identical as possible to the production site. And our program staff can put their content on the content verification site to look at it before it goes into production. And this site is public, so that if they have partners in the community that have a stake in that content, they can send the URL for that server to their partners to look at it and collaborate on the page before it goes into production.
Say, think hospital or cancer data.
Yeah, or a lot of the environmental stuff, you know,
Yeah.
they work with the environment department and other places.
So
Um,
the verification or staging server rather is externalized to stakeholders. You're
These
saying it's got
externalized.
okay.
correct.
Once again, you know, just how we decided to set it up, given input from a particular adopter.
Right, or from New Mexico adopters.
Yeah.
The New Mexico business side folks. Then in the notes, I give you the server IP addresses and names and where the content lives. And then there's an additional, there are a couple of additional servers. We have a thing for security called reverse proxies in the DMZ, so that the public doesn't get directly to the production server. They go through these proxy servers that,
Yeah, both for production and verify.
okay. And then this is the tracking site, New Mexico tracking site. And then again, in the notes that you'll see when you get this, we have all that same information, the IP addresses and all whatnot for the tracking site. They're on the same production server and verify server in different folders in the app.
And so the way this is done is there are core applications for what we call IBIS View. Site specific changes like in CSS or XML, well, not only XML, but XSLT are overlaid on top of the core app. And that's what gives each site its personality and look and feel.
Yeah, so these two sites use the same, we call it the core, the IBIS core, but then they have the IBIS View app site-specific files that overwrite selected core files for the look and feel and whatnot. Okay. This is that resources section of the New Mexico IBIS site where a lot of the truly static pages are. And you can see some of the examples there of what those might contain. And again, in the PowerPoint slide, there are a lot of notes on where all this can be found in production and on the View verify server. Health topics. There, so I'm just going, looking at the top tabs on the IBIS View application. And here's an example health topic, alcohol use. And these parts that are highlighted are static parts of the topic page. And then there are parts to the topic pages that are dynamic. So this is depending on what's published in the indicator report. There's a flag whether it should appear on the topic page and which topic page it should appear on, just to provide easier navigation to the indicator report pages. So here's a example community report. Oh, health indicator report, sorry. And you can see here that there are a bunch of different views, data views. So you can look at it by county, by race, for the US, states, et cetera, et cetera. To connect the View app to the admin app, here's just some screenshots. up here are shots of the admin application. It's just a web interface to the database. And these are screenshots of some of the database tables. Some have, some kind of content that's text. Others have content that's data or, numeric data. And when the admin user, they can preview their indicator report. Once they're happy with how it looks, they tell the admin administrator, the admin, that it's ready to be published. And the publishing is, it happens from, it's an interaction, of course, from the admin application and the view application. Data are extracted from the relational database and transformed into XML, and those XML files, multiple files for each indicator report, are then copied to the view application.
So the two features, or the two things there are, or at least the one thing there is, the content providers, which there's security around them. They can only provide content for, and if you've covering this later, I apologize, but they can only edit or certain indicators, and then there's a gatekeeper, basically the admin who actually publishes it after it's been reviewed. So
yeah, so there are certain authorities that are built into the application, security. There's a security piece. And so the substance use program indicator editors and owners can access their substance use indicator reports. They can't access the infectious disease epidemiology indicator reports unless for some reason that's set up for them. And then that same security can be used for queries. So we have queries that are behind security, and the user needs to enter their, needs to authenticate to access secure queries. And that's all in the application. So when a user comes in to view an indicator report, a URL pattern triggers a indicator profile controller that says, oh, here are the XSLT, here's the XSLT or XSLTs that you need to use with those XML files. And the application creates an HTML file essentially and sends it to the user. That's, standard web stuff, right?
yeah.
For the community reports,
Just really quick on the last section. How are the editors and admin authorities managed?
by the
Like, how does
admin.
Yeah, by the admin app in the
Okay.
front, there's a table in the SQL Server.
Okay, and the admin, I guess there's folks with that admin access have the ability to manage who has access
Correct.
to that. Okay.
Yeah, and there's a process, so if it's a secure query, the end user needs to get permission from the data steward, like Vital Records, for instance.
This is a little different topic. You might want to introduce it. We're talking about admin, and now
Right, I'm just saying there's a process first. They have to get permission, and then once they get permission, the admin goes into the admin application and modifies the there are a couple of different tables that need to be modified for secure queries. Setting up
Okay.
the user, and setting up access and that kind of stuff. And it can be done through the
Through the
admin
interface,
applet,
right?
through the
Yeah.
interface.
Okay. Yeah, you've answered my question. Thank you.
So here's an example race, ethnicity, community report. So you can see there are indicator reports for, this is by race, ethnicity, we've got Hispanic selected, and the health status outcomes. And you can see they've got the Hispanic community compared to New Mexico and whether they're better, similar, or worse than New Mexico and US on each indicator. Okay, next we have queries. And I mentioned the secure queries. There's an index, and this link appears on everybody's page, but if someone doesn't have access to it, they select that and it says, sorry, you don't have access. If you want to look at a birth, this is where they select which query they want to do.
So is that which data set?
We're in the birth data set.
Okay, sorry.
And they're selecting what they want to look at. And here we say, well, let's look at 3-year rolling averages for teen births. And do you want to just jump to an example result or select a way to customize your query first? More experienced users want to go to the builder page where they can just modify the default. And here they can make their selections, what to view it by, and then they hit submit. And a similar thing happens. They come in, it triggers the query related controller, and it sends them to the CGI application. I'm sorry, it sends their selections to the CGI application. And it's a series. Is this what the URL looks like? It has the request, and then it has a series of name value pairs that go to the IBIS Q application. IBIS Q then uses that URL to write a SAS program that it submits to the SAS application. SAS creates a little mini data set of the results and sends that back to the CGI application. The CGI application formats the data into XML, and View pairs the XML with an appropriate XSLT, creates the HTML, and sends it to the user's browser. And here's the result.
So the data content providers and the data editors have control over types of tables, types of graphs.
The granularity that is allowed.
Yeah, what the query criteria is.
They can suppress cells if they almost everybody, if it's data that could possibly identify someone in the public, we would apply cell suppression rules usually, and those were determined by ERD in years past, but we apply those rules. So there has to be a certain number in the numerator and denominator in order to release
Or display.
Yeah. The data. This is just Miscellaneous, we've already talked about. I think that's it.
Yeah. And I'll send that. I think Rod already has it, but I'll send it to Justin and Hannah.
Paul, can you just attach it to the chat?
Probably.
I didn't know you could attach a file to a chat.
Yeah. I
I
first,
think the
you can do it. Yeah, just so there's a little paperclip thing icon.
I think the presentation is in our SharePoint previously.
Is
I
it
did look into. Yeah, it's there actually.
there?
it is there.
Okay. It
Yeah,
doesn't
I did
hurt
look
to
into
just
it previously.
attach it, Paul, just for your, because it's kind of fun. The first time I did it, it's been some time now, but it just pops it right in there. And I know.
We're not seeing.
So you go to the
That-
chat bubble in the top ribbon.
Yeah,
And it opens up the,
we're just using the web.
Yeah, we're
Yes.
just using the web interface to this
Let me see.
meeting.
Yeah,
okay,
and I don't see, like, I'm
Uh,
using the desktop and I don't have an ability to attach files to this.
fascinating. Okay, well, if sometimes I
No, I'm
lose
sorry. Yes, I do, to the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, okay,
The
to the
chat,
chat,
yeah.
you can. Yeah, all right. My bad,
Okay.
sorry.
That's okay. I've actually lost that ability in the past week, and then what I did was I just like shut down my computer or restarted it, logged back in, and all of my little bells and whistles reappear. So you don't have
Well,
to, I mean,
I'll keep looking while we're doing this.
okay,
I'll set up and I'll get an email going with everybody.
okay,
Actually,
Hi.
have it.
Oh, you have it?
Well, I have it with Anna and Justin because
Okay, I'll let Paul do it.
okay.
sounds good.
And Anna, you can just see who we've missed and forward it on.
Sounds good. Okay.
And it's
So
fine.
I think this was super helpful. I think that Justin's made a good recommendation that we should just get the snapshot. Did I hear that correctly, Justin? Instead of everything?
Yeah, I think that if we spend, it might technically be possible to migrate the history from SVN to GitHub, but I don't think that that's what we're looking to get out of this. I don't think that that's what's important for us. So
Okay.
I think if we can just get started with a snapshot, that would make sense.
Okay.
And so you have, the only thing you don't have, and I can upload that in the next day or two, is the source code for the CGIC application. Everything else, I think Rod has.
Yeah, I'd like
Probably
to,
not in Git yet, but it's all there.
yeah, I'm going to show you my desktop.
Okay.
Hold it a minute. So you can tell me what goes where, so to speak. I'd like to, there it is. Okay, share. There.
Paul, just quickly while we're on this topic, when you mentioned third-party jars, are you saying jars that are open source, ones that were originally proprietary that you guys have a right to use, or are these like artifacts that you could download from Maven or Gradle?
So they are, I believe they're all open source. Spring is open source. The developer
Right.
usually keeps a maintenance contract just in case. There's Leaflet, which is also open source, and I believe they're all open source. I mean, one of the whole philosophies of this endeavor, beginning years and years ago, was for open source, or
Okay.
was it to be as open source as possible. So there's Leaflet for maps, and what's the one for charts and graphs?
Okay,
Okay.
I'll be able to see more once we have it in Git, but do you
Yeah.
know just now off the top of your head if it is like a Maven managed application with a POM XML or anything like that?
Yeah, well,
There's
I
a,
believe so. There actually in one of the in one of the downloads, there are notes on how to put it together with Eclipse and stuff like that. The other
Okay.
thing is probably we'd have to figure out when and how. We can probably get a hold of the developer. He's on other projects now, but we can probably get a hold of the developer and he can maybe walk through at some point.
Cool. Yeah, I think that would be helpful for our devs on our end. But anyway, yeah, we can get into all of that later if you want to go ahead, Rod.
Okay, so I assume you can see my desktop, and this is the folder where I extracted everything from the zip file you uploaded earlier this week.
Yeah, it's a little short. Okay, yeah.
Oh, I don't
No,
know if I can make it
I can
bigger.
zoom it.
Zoom.
Okay, all right, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Didn't even think it might be hard for you to see.
No,
Anyway,
that's all right.
so I put the Java source code into the GitHub repo. I'm wondering of these other folders, which ones does that Java's use?
Well, so if you open the core apps, that's the basis of pretty much everything. These are the pieces these are the actual web applications.
So yeah, go ahead and open the View app.
Okay,
And
so they should be put up too. Then I should make
Yeah,
another
they
repo for
should
this.
definitely be put up.
it won't
All
run
right.
without all the pieces.
And then if you go back,
Well, actually well, I was just gonna say the IBIS jar file is in the View app, right, Paul?
yeah, it's going to be under.
Up a level, right?
No, I think it's WebInf.
Oh, right,
Let's look at
WebInf.
WebInf lib.
It's in WebInf.
Web.
WebINF.
Web
Oh,
dash
there it is.
INF. Yep.
Okay.
Look at lib.
Come on. Oh,
So
bunch of jars. Yeah.
IBIS PH, the second one from the top, IBIS PH 320.
I believe that's pretty much what gets created from the Java source code. And you can see all these other jar files.
Okay.
But that's the compiled.
Yeah. Saxon was the one that I couldn't think of before as far as for XML processing.
Oh, these two here. Okay.
Yeah, so all of these are the third-party open source. And they're the one other that I can't think of is the charting table package. But I'll get that in a minute.
All I can think of is the old one, Agile Blocks.
Yeah,
but
it's not that.
Yeah.
Which,
Oh.
I mean, if you think about doing this in .NET, I believe they have a library for that.
Okay. So I'll create another repo for these core apps.
I would create another repo for the core apps, and then Lois, can you put this thing on the screen?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just looking really quick to see what the
That's all right. I got it here.
was.
So yeah, and then you want to go back to the root directory.
Okay,
And
I'm
we'll
just
talk about
making
what these
notes.
other things are.
Kendo.
Okay, there we go.
Kendo, yeah. Kendo is and that's I think that's
graphic.
mostly JavaScript, if I'm not correct. If I'm
Not mistaken.
not mistaken.
Kendo,
Okay,
that sounds like a what is that? Telerik.
Yes, Telerik, correct.
Okay. Okay.
And that's make a lot of use of that. Okay, so now the Eclipse setup, you can do what you want with that. I mean, that's to share it. I mean, that has a little bit of info. I think it's still relevant of how to set it up and stuff like that. So
Which one? I'm sorry. Which one I was taking up?
the Eclipse setup.
Oh, the Eclipse setup. Okay.
Yep.
Do I
Now-
need to make a repo for that as well?
I'm not sure you need to at this point.
All right.
That should just maybe, I mean, unless people want to, sure, why not? I mean, look in it and see. It's once again small. But you notice there that yeah, this might be good because notice that there's the IBIS PH Java is the IBIS jar. The IBIS PH admin and the IBIS PH view are the web applications.
Okay.
And then I think one or two levels up, there's a small doc. And this, like I said, it might be helpful for the developer to kind of walk a few folks through how this is done.
Okay. Do you want me to go in either one of these or just go back to the root?
Go up one just so you can see the doc if it's there.
It's there.
Yeah, okay. And then, yeah, let's go back to the, well, go ahead, sure.
Okay, so I can close that if you'd like. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just,
Okay.
you know, a
Sorry.
little bit
Looking
out
at
of date,
what's
but
there.
yeah.
Okay, I'll close it. Okay.
And then let's go to the, you know, the root. So now there's basically, you actually need repos for all of this. So,
Okay.
and just let me tell you what these are. The site-specific customizations, both of them IBIS and ePHT, they just contain, you know, actually a small subset of what's in the core applications. So when this thing gets, you know, we don't use WAR files. You could, but what happens is
When we install it.
when we install it, the core application is exported and checked out, just to keep, you know, just to keep track of, well, no, the core is not on a normal content developer installation. The NME PHT site-specific customizations, like I said, a small set. There's CSS, some site-specific XML files, some other stuff, different menus. This is another good. I'm glad you did bring that up. So these are just the configurations and modifications of the JavaScript and stuff like that. If you go into, so we modify the footer and header, you know, and access denied JSP. If you go up one, go into config. So you can see, you know, these are just site-specific properties files that are, they may need to be changed, but you know, these are the properties that need to be set. If you go into Spring.
Well, what, for an example of the properties?
Let me just talk about
Okay,
these.
go ahead.
So if you looked in the core app, you'd see, I don't know, a dozen or more of these XML files. And these are the only ones that have been modified to be used with the NME PHT view app. So basically, you export the core, you export these, and you could, then you would check it out just so to keep track of it. And then the other piece of this, and it is the content. So if you go back now to the root directory, so for a content developer, and sometimes someone that wants to mess with the XSLTs and CSS, which is not normally done by the content folks, all you would do is you would export the core IBIS view app. You would call it something. Then you would export, let's say we're talking NME PHT view. You would export the site customizations.
In here?
The
No,
customization,
the customizations.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
the customizations that write over the core,
Okay.
selected files of the core.
Yeah.
So
And
you've got the core, then you have a layer of site-specific files that write over what's in the core.
and then in a separate directory in the web apps folder under Tomcat, you would check out the particular content.
Okay.
So if you're working on the NME PHT app, you would export or you would check out the NME PHT content. If you're working on IBIS, you would export the
IBIS
and
content.
check it out. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So I'm going to
And
create.
we have, I think
Oh, I'm
we
sorry.
have docs on this. We can update that. But I mean, that's the piece for folks to kind of just get their hands on the functionality provided by the web application, and that can be run in your own environment. The Eclipse setup and the Java source code, that's more for your traditional developer.
And the content we decided to put in its own folder. We used to have it folded in, but we put it in a separate folder because that's the piece that the business side folks modify. For the most part, none of us modify the core, that's the developer. And the site-specific customizations, that's pretty much a one and done.
Or if someone asks us to do stuff and we can do it, we'll do it.
Right. Change an XSLT or something.
Yeah, or change the menu, put up a new
Menu
piece of
items or
functionality
whatever.
using the same pieces. I had one more thought and I lost it.
Sorry.
No, that's no problem.
Okay. Great. This
So
is
you can
good
see this
stuff.
is like built-in layers,
Oh, yeah.
and you need all the layers for the thing to work.
And
Yeah,
the other piece is one of the other reasons why we have the content separate is this can be modularized. You can put everything on one server, or you can have the content on one server. You can have and then the core apps on a separate server,
And the
and
query stuff on a different server.
yeah. And
Yeah.
I can, let me make a note. I'll send you the architecture, current architecture.
And there's
That'd be great.
this will run the app, but not the queries. What you have here, you can, in the content are the query builder pages, but if you were to submit a query, it wouldn't run because you don't have any data and you don't have the query application.
Right. We don't
Yeah,
have the
so-
IBIS Q source code yet, right?
Right, but and the way that's done for the majority of folks that are doing content editing and query creation is in the site-specific properties files, and possibly context, but mostly in site-specific properties. There are
In fact, why don't you open that last folder,
Sure.
the bottom one, and go to IBIS view.
Okay.
I think this is where it is, isn't it, Paul? WebINF.
yeah,
Alrighty.
config.
Site-specific dot properties, the second from the bottom. Or maybe, I don't know,
I would use the one up, go up.
the third from the bottom.
Just do that one for now. No, the top right there. Edit that one.
Okay. Well, I can't with this. DOH
Yeah, I know,
block
it's too bad.
notepad, which is a pain.
I think you
frankly.
guys ought to go out on strike.
Oh, yeah. I couldn't. I mean, it's like, come on. That's one of the major applications I use.
And it
No, I
only-
agree totally. And
Nothing works as well for what we do.
yeah, and moving these content developers to Video Studio has been horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've
can't
actually been lobbying to get access to Notepad.
Yeah.
I
and
hope you
it-
do. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I mean,
Kinda,
they're making mistakes. There's things they can't see. There's functionality they don't have, you know.
I kind
Yeah,
of thought
yeah,
that,
yeah.
that they
It's-
jumped the gun on that because,
Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
and
it's an open
oh,
source, but
I should keep my
they
mouth
do
shut.
really well on keeping it up to date.
Okay, here we go. Notepad, or no, I'll use VS Code.
It's small. Notepad would have been fine, but that's fine. Oh, come on.
Yeah, we hadn't even thought of that. Properties, that's probably not a programming language, is it? I don't know where.
It's
there
okay.
It is. There it is.
All right, so there's like locations. Most of this is like,
Yeah, so well, you're off the screen. Maybe that's because, oh, there we go. Yeah.
Okay.
So you can see there's a bunch of comments.
Yeah,
Um,
lots of comments.
and I'm trying to see if you go up to the first uncommented thing,
Okay, that's right
right?
here.
yeah,
You got
so,
hard-coded
body.
URL too. Is that on our systems?
Can you scroll down a little? Okay, good.
Okay.
Yeah, so
got it.
that
Okay,
is, that's your system, and that's
Your query server.
that's the query server.
On the
So-
DOH network.
So
Okay.
that's how folks can actually access the query results from their test or development environment.
So
Okay.
if I'm putting a new year of data on the birth query, I want to run it before I put it on the server, but I'm at my desktop. And so I have a property that says, well, if I use this URL, you know, I can run the query locally
Hmm.
without having to put it on the server.
Okay.
Without having it be public.
Yeah. And then there's, you know, on line 55 is the location of the content folder. And
Okay, let me pull over. Okay, this is what's it called? Windows Terminal. And so I'll bring up a little. I'm using PowerShell here. Obviously, you can see that. Okay. But let me go into that folder. There's something I want to ask you about on that. That's. Oh no, it's not there. Okay, here we go. This is good enough. Oh, good. There is no EXEs. Yeah, my habit whenever I make a new Git repo is to remove binaries. That I was just
Yeah.
wondering if this is there, you know, maybe I should not do that. But if
this
it's
is
not
just
in
a-
these files, then I guess I'm okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fine.
And with however, when I upload the CGI source and EXEs, or there will be EXEs in there.
Okay. I
I would
got to
see-
keep them. All right. All right. I can't.
I
can't
would
ignore
keep
'em.
them even if
Yeah.
you don't put them in a repo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just because, you know, if for some reason you can't compile it and we're using, you know, that's being used, that's the one that's being used, you want to have it.
Yeah, gotta have that. Yeah, yeah. Either we put it in the repo or maybe
Yeah.
the SharePoint site or something like
Yeah,
that. One of the
exactly.
two,
Yeah.
you know. Okay. Great. I'll stop this. Okay, great. Oh, let me ask Justin, Anna, looking at the members, I'm gonna stop sharing. I think I'm good there. I see 3 developers here. Marco Shrinth, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, and
Awesome.
Anusha. Sharith and I'm probably killing your name. And
It's
Anusha,
Srinath.
Srinath. I'm so sorry, Srinath.
Srinath.
Srinath. So
There you go.
messing up your name. I can add you two immediately, and we still have to wait for Marco. But when I make these repos and for the Java source, I'll add you guys, the three of you, and so you can go to town.
If you could also give me access, Rod, for the curious, that would be great.
Sure.
And-
Now, for you, Justin, I'm going to have to do a little bit different. I'm trying to also, I coincidentally am one of the Visual Studio administrators, and I'm trying to keep our licenses. I'm being jealous and not handing them out too much. So, in GitHub, well, basically, I'll put you in a role which I think doesn't let you take one of those licenses.
Cool.
So, you can't. I mean, you can look at the code, I believe, GitHub issues. But you can't approve PRs and that kind of thing.
Cool. Understood.
So, is that okay? Those
Yeah.
three, excellent, great.
And I just want to mention, I think you guys already all know this, but we're just getting familiar with the code. We're not making any changes to it. And Justin, my thought is we should find a .NET developer to join the team so that they can collaborate with Srinath, with Anusha and Marco about, does it make sense for us to rebuild this in .NET? So I don't know who that developer should be, but we'll figure it out.
And
Okay.
I would highly suggest that one or two folks put up what we're calling the development environment, so you can actually, look at all the, you can kind of run it, and you could even make changes and see, what works and what doesn't work and stuff like that. Because to me, there's really kind of, I mean, if you're a Java web application developer, it's no big deal. I mean, you do all of this, but
Yeah.
but the developer himself says the thing that makes this app is the content. So you kind of want to see what that is, how how it's interacting, and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So maybe we could set up, or think about setting up something.
Yeah. And Justin, we can spin up environments. So let's talk about that.
For sure.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, Lois, Paul, thank you so much for visiting with us. Thanks for sharing your T-shirt, Lois. Now you've inspired a pie conversation over here on our chat with the whole team. I told them that I've memorized all 62.8 trillion digits of pi. They don't believe me.
Oh,
I'm so glad that you guys have your contract now. Thank you for being so patient while we slogged through the procurement process over here. And glad that we've got Justin now. We've got our developers, we've got Ron, we've got a GitHub. It's getting exciting. And on, I think it was Friday, I met with Stephanie, and she asked me, "Hey, Anna, what should we put in our grant application?" So I gave her a little bit of language. She said that she could only ask for $4,000. But that doesn't mean we're not getting more money from other grants and other places. So don't worry, Shauna and I are on that. But at least we'll get $4,000. Maybe that will pay for some unforeseen thing that we need. So more is always better. And let me ask. I think Justin has scheduled a weekly team meeting. Paul, Lois, I think you're on that meeting, yes?
Yes.
Okay,
Awesome.
cool. Alrighty. And Justin, I'll see who we should pull into the team from, our pool of .NET developers.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay,
Paul, you have Justin's email. We can start communicating about the requirements issues.
I believe I do.
Yes.
Justin, did you get that?
Yeah, I got an email from you during this meeting, Paul.
Okay, good. Yeah, so I do.
Great.
fantastic. Well, have a great day, everybody. Thanks for your time. Good conversation, and we will talk to you again soon.
I put a Pi
Great.
Day t-shirt link in the chat if you want.
Oh,
to
awesome. Awesome.
my
Next time you see us all, we're gonna have our pie t-shirts. All
It's
right.
similar to mine, not exact, but it's. the
Yeah.
same.
Yeah, cool. Well, have a
Okay.
beautiful day. Thanks so much
You
again.
too.
Bye,
Thanks,
guys.
guys.
Have a
Nice
good
to
day.
meet everybody.
Thank you.
Likewise.
Good to meet you too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.